colonialists so willing, although the African countries fought, but it was not, depending on the country though, one would say it was not a very tough fight, but in some cases, particularly for British colonies, they were willing to give up without so much bloodshed, again, depending on the country. And the question is, why were they willing to do that? Why were they not willing to hold Africa down? And one of the answers to that is because they had something sinisterly clever in mind, which is replacing one form of colonialism for another type of colonialism. And so we see that once they gave up physical control of Africa, they made sure they put systems in place to ensure the subjugation and extraction from Africa. So first of all, this came up with the global economic system, including trade, including finance, including debt, and how to use that to continue to have a hold on Africa. So when African countries gained their independence, they inherited, first of all, indigenous elites that have been put in place to continue that pipeline of extraction. In addition to that, we had the African countries inherited extractive economies because the economy was not developed. It was the purpose of the economy at that time was used to develop Europe and very limited industrial base. And then in addition to that, there was a pressure to join international communities to be seen as part of the international community. So African countries were willing to join some of these international organizations. And as a result of joining those organizations and the need for greater infrastructure, borrowing started. So in addition to this, we had the Yom Kippur War in 1973 that created oil shocks, and then petrodollar recycling, which started leading to fluctuating global prices for oil. And and there was so much, as a result of the oil glut, there was a lot of dollars in the economy, and then there was a lot of borrowing taking place. Although most of this borrowing took place, was affected more of Latin American countries than African countries. So we see that African countries at this stage were more dependent on exportation of cash crops or exportation of commodities. And then the commodity prices were fluctuating. So sometimes it will be high, sometimes it will be low. But at this stage, towards the end of 1970s, they started becoming low. In addition to the borrowing that had taken place using that had taken place by Latin American countries, and we see an escalation of loans and debt. Now, this, at the end of the day, 1980s, early 80s, it led to a debt crisis. And then at that point, IMF imposed its structural adjustment programs in most countries, but mostly in African countries. So this led to currency devaluation, privatization, austerity measures, and gradually African countries started losing their sovereignty. So debt ballooned during this period, entering into the early 90s or mid 90s, leading to the HIPC, heavily indebted poor country initiative to provide partial relief, but at the same time, debt dependency debt continued to increase. Then the third epoch is 2000 to 2010. I'm trying to be fast because there's a lot to cover. So at this stage, we find that the entrance of sovereign bonds and then China's resource-backed loans and then more Euro bonds, because at around this time, there was the face of debt changed from, or started changing gradually from official assistance to private creditors. And then around this time, as it continued to increase, particularly in Latin American countries, we started seeing vulture legislations or litigations where countries that were not able to pay off were brought before international courts. And then we have the fourth epoch, and this is what this whole thing continued until 2020s, where as a result of COVID, systems were put in place, or debt relief initiatives. So we have the DSSI, and then we have the Common Framework, which provided some type of relief for African countries, but they were not systemic relief. They were just band-aid solutions to a systemic problem. And then we had SDR allocations that mostly Europe and America benefited from, instead of more of countries that needed these reliefs because of using the GDP criteria and then voting criteria as well. And then we see debt at this stage changing its face. So it started moving from sovereign bond into another, another new type of debt called debt for nature, climate swaps. So where debt is exchanged for some type of climate initiative that takes place. So where
Sorry,
funds that are
Marie.
supposed to be used for payment of debt is used to finance
Hi, Marie.
climate change.
Hi, Marie.
Sorry?
Can you hear me? Yes. We have like another 4 minutes.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Thank you. So at the
Thanks.
end of the day, the takeaway from the history of Africa's debt is that debt is actually not used to help African countries. It's used to perpetuate debt dependency, because from the history of colonial extraction to SAP to climate finance traps, we just keep seeing the face of debt changing, but the situation remains the same, and it's even getting worse. So based on this history, we then see that debt cannot be taken neutrally. It is not, debt is not just an economic issue, it's not just a financial issue, it is a justice issue. So what is the justification then for Africa's call for debt reparation? So we have legal justification. So we find that most of the colonial and neo-colonial debt violate a lot of legal principles. So first of all, it violates the principle of consent. It violates the ICCPR. It violates the CAT. Even decided cases, for example, like the Zong case, which talked about slavery, and although it did not abolish slavery, but it talked about the evil of slavery. All this should or give legal justification why Africa's debt can be pursued legally through legal means. And then we have political justification for Africa's debt, that Africa's debt comes up as a result of group dynamics taking place in the world, where you have countries who are at the top of the racial hierarchy of sorts taking control or making borrowing decisions that affect African countries. And then we have ethical consideration, we have historical justification, as I've talked about, and then we have institutional justification, which mostly comes in through the Bretton Woods or IFIs as instruments, or as platforms where injustice takes place. And then we have economic justification, where Africa has not been in control of its resources. Africa has not controlled its labor. It has not controlled its capital. It has not controlled its entrepreneurship. And so, for this reason, Africa has a right to demand for debt reparation. So, what are some case studies that can help Africa? So, the first one is the Holocaust study. Now, the Holocaust case study is very interesting in the sense that, oh, sorry, I've gotten to the end of my slide. The Holocaust case study is very interesting, because here we see it as very successful, and it's still very successful because reparations are still being paid today. And then the question is, why? Could there be a racial reason for this? And then my theory is that there is a racial reason for this, because this group are the only groups who have gotten some type of reparation and still continue to get a reparation from the injustice done to them. The next group is the indigenous people of Canada, in one situation where the Canadian government carried out some child welfare services on indigenous children. At the end of the day, it did not lead to direct financial damages, but the court was able to declare that was an injustice, and then an assessment for damages was made to the victims. And then we have the less successful case studies. For example, the African American case study of the 40 acres and a mule, which was some type of financial economic independent initiative at the time of Abraham Lincoln, given by Colonel Sherman. But till today, that has not been done. And one of the reasons for that, again, is racial hierarchy and racial capitalism. And then we have ongoing movements like the CARICOM Reparations Commission, and then the 10-point plan for reparation. So what would be an ideal reparative framework for African countries then? So one of the ideal ones should be, first of all, it must be Afrocentric. So there must be foundational principles present that would help African countries frame what this framework would look like in terms of the law, in terms of the institutions that will run it, integration with binding international law and principles, alignment with African Union and AU declarations, bold reparation mechanisms. So instead of asking for some of these band-aid mechanisms, African countries must ask for debt cancellation due to the odious nature of the debt that has been acquired, and then strong institutional architecture and monitoring and accountability. So in conclusion, some of the policy recommendations would be to reframe debt, which is absolutely critical. That's the starting point. Reframe debt as colonial control and use every channel and advocacy means to advocate for this. This should be, so as a matter of fact, this type of advocacy must be epistemic. We must change the narrative. And then the next one is to build or develop Afrocentric institutions that would help drive this debt framework, deploy legal and political disruptions, build global South solidarity, for example, with CARICOM that already has a framework that is ongoing, and then institutionalize accountability and monitoring. So the bottom line is that African countries must begin to take responsibility for ourselves. And one of the ways of taking responsibility for ourselves is to reframe debt and call it what it is. It is a tool of subjugation. And then if we are able to do this and then, get along with other global South countries, build like a South-South solidarity coalition, then we might achieve. And then in this conversation, we cannot divorce climate justice from this. So if this is done, I believe that it will move Africa from the realm of being a rule taker to a rule maker. So thank you. I'll end my discussion here, or my presentation here, and I look forward to questions or comments you might have. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marie, for that concise presentation. We are stimulated to have a bit of reflection on, is it time to really reframe our debt and how we define it, right? Is it a tool of subjugation? I think in that regard, with the conversations that have been going on, we can agree that it is. So what do we do from there? So we move to the next presentation. Dr. Henry Gishana, who's going to lead us in that, to provide an overview of an odious debt doctrine from an African perspective, and what a normative basis, and how it can be used as a normative basis to provide debt relief. So Dr. Henry Gishana is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He holds a PhD from the University of Western Cape and specializes in fiscal federalism. And he also has an LLM from Pretoria, postgraduate diplomas from the University of Freiburg and Kenya School of Law. Right now, he supports Katiba Institute in the work of devolution and public finance. So, Dr. Gishana, please welcome for your presentation.
Thanks, Catherine. Yesterday, we were introduced to two concepts, the concepts of looking forward and the concepts of looking backwards through the side mirrors. And today, I'm facing the same conflict. My body has just recovered from a cold. The rest of the body is looking forward and saying, we are okay, but my throat is looking backwards and saying, we're still not really okay. So this is a representation of development aid that I keep throwing at my throat to keep it going and to forget about looking back. But in the event you hear my throat looking back in the course of my presentation, please do understand. So I'm to discuss a paper we did for AfroDad on analyzing or providing an African analysis of odious debt, or the odious debt doctrine. And essentially, or broadly, what the paper sought to do was to determine how the doctrine of odious debt and its various taxonomies, including new taxonomies, may be reconceptualized. How do we reconceptualize the doctrine of odious debt from an African perspective so that we provide a basis for promoting responsible sovereign debt, borrowing and lending, also for it to provide a basis for curbing illicit financial flows, and where this fails, for it to provide a mechanism or a tool for Africa to attain debt relief. And for us to be able to undertake this analysis or reconceptualization of an odious debt doctrine from an African perspective, there are quite a number of questions which we looked at. Specifically, we started by asking ourselves the fundamental question of what is odious debt? What exactly does it entail? How is it defined? What is its scope? The way in which it has been presently been conceptualized, can we say it's comprehensive enough to be able to take into account and apply and be responsive to the unique circumstances of the African continent? And if not, how then do we reconceptualize it for it to be applicable to the unique circumstances of Africa? We also looked at what are the current taxonomies, the classifications of various debts or sovereign debts which would qualify as being odious. Then we asked ourselves, are there unique circumstances in Africa, be it historical, political, economic, or social, which will then justify us reconceptualizing these taxonomies to include new taxonomies that will then help us in addressing the problem of odious debt, and what kind of taxonomies will these be? We also sought to ask ourselves, what is the normative status of the odious debt doctrine under international law? Can we say that the odious debt doctrine has attained normative prescription under international law, or where does it stand? Besides that, we also wanted to look briefly at what is the relationship between odious debt and illicit financial flows. Are the two in any way linked? And if they're linked, how can we use the reconceptualized version of the odious debt doctrine to be able to curb illicit financial flows from Africa? Importantly, we also wanted to ask ourselves, in light of the reconceptualized definition of odious debt doctrine that takes into account the unique circumstances of African states, how do we move from the theoretical realm to the more pragmatic realm and ask ourselves, how can African states then apply this doctrine or the conceptualized version of the doctrine to be able to attain or obtain debt relief, including through debt cancellation and repudiation? And lastly, in terms of recommendations, we wanted to know what is the role of African parliaments, governments, private sector, civil society, and the international community in actualizing the reconceptualized version of the odious debt doctrine. Now, back to the first question as to what exactly does the odious debt doctrine entail? What is it about? When we say a debt is odious, what exactly does it mean? Essentially, for us to be able to understand that, we need to be able to just begin from a very basic linguistic or terminological front. When you talk about odious debt, at the bare minimum, we understand debt. But what is odious? What makes something odious? Odious is basically an English adjective, which means that something is extremely unpleasant, or it is repulsive, and it shares synonyms such as repugnant, objectionable, reprehensible, unacceptable, or disagreeable. So looking at the meaning of the basic word odious, you realize that it generally appeals to our moral or social acceptability or legitimacy. Therefore, in the context of debt, when we say a debt is odious, we are saying that debt is either socially or morally objectionable. or it was acquired or contracted in circumstances that are otherwise socially or morally objectionable. Now, the problem comes in when we ask ourselves, when we find a sovereign debt or when we classify a sovereign debt as having been odious, that's morally or socially objectionable, then what do we do with such kind of a debt under international law? Currently, the regime of sovereign debt is governed by private international law, but the rules applicable in private international law borrow heavily from public international law. And specifically, the rule public international law of pacta sunt servanda, that international agreements are binding upon the parties to the agreements and should be honored in good faith. On that basis, the commercial side of odious debt or sovereign debt argues that there exists in international law an obligation to repay debt. And this obligation does not take into account, or does not mandatorily take into account, the question as to whether was this debt fair? Was it just? Was it morally or socially objectionable? And when you look at the sources of international law, the applicable rules of international law, you realize that such concepts as justice or fairness or equity are not mandatory. There's no mandatory requirement under international law for the consideration of equity or justice in the determination of disputes. Specifically, when you look at Article 38 of the ICJ statute, questions of justice or equity or fairness are optional when it comes to international dispute resolution. Specifically, Article 38(2 says that the court may consider or may determine disputes before it ex equo et bono on the basis of the rules of fairness and justice only if the parties to the dispute agree. Essentially, meaning that if you have a dispute against a creditor and you want to question the justice or the fairness or the equity of that particular debt, you go negotiate with the creditor and tell them, can we agree to apply rules of fairness or justice in this dispute? While this acknowledges sovereign agency in the sense that states are free to enter into whatever form of agreement they may want to enter into, it undermines the broader goal of development and the people that have to bear the burden of having to pay debt. Now, then comes in the concept of odious debt, which says that while international law makes it optional, the application of rules of equity and fairness and justice, in light of the impact of debt, sovereign debt, there has to be, or a case has to be made for the mandatory application of rules of equity, fairness, and justice. More specifically, the odious debt doctrine seeks to respond to the question, is there an absolute, sacred, inviolable rule of debt repayment in international law? Or are there equitable considerations that justify the modification or adjustment of rights and obligations under sovereign debt contracts in a way that results in either their complete severance or cancellation or their modification? In other words, what the odious debt doctrine seeks to do is to interrogate international law's response to morally or socially objectionable sovereign debt, and the answer that odious debt doctrine provides is that there should either be, or rather equity or equitable considerations ought to mandatorily apply in sovereign debt contracts or sovereign debt disputes to vary or sever the rights and obligations of parties under sovereign debt contract. So how has it been conceptualized as we speak? So currently, the origins of the odious debt doctrine trace back to 1927 to a Russian scholar called Alexander Nahum Sak. And Alexander Nahum Sak, this is just post-World War I, and we are considering critical questions about state succession. But also there's also the minor issue of government succession. And during this time, Alexander Nahum Sachs says, there's the whole question of whether debts should be maintained, debts acquired by predecessor states should be maintained, and obligations be maintained by successor states. But in this particular context, Sachs makes a claim with respect to government succession and says that if a debt is acquired without the consent of the people, and that debt does not confer benefits to the people, and the lender or the creditor is aware that this debt has been acquired without the consent of the people and does not confer any benefit, then such a debt is odious and the people ought not to pay that debt. So the three main features contained in the classical definition of odious debt. One is the absence of consent, two, the absence of beneficiation, and three, lender or creditor awareness that has subsequently been modified to include lender or creditor recklessness as to the existence of any of those two factors. The situations where a lender ought to know, and that has been included in that definition. So the first question is, does this definition or conceptualization then, is it comprehensive enough for us to be able to apply it in the African context? And our findings is that as much as there's subsequent literature and a lot of debate that has taken place at the intellectual and the academic level, there are quite a number of issues that the conceptualization and later iterations omit. One of the considerations is benefit. Sachs talks about debt that is used against the needs of the people or not in the interests of the people, implying that the people are at the core of sovereign debt acquisition. But now when you come to all the iterations and discussions around this doctrine, you find that the people are relegated to the periphery. And the invocation of the doctrine is generally accepted as something that is supposed to be done by subsequent regimes, not by the people. So essentially the primary duty bearer when it comes to debt repayment, intergenerational debt repayment, has no role insofar as the invocation or the initiation of processes for declaration of odious debt is concerned. Number two, Sachs largely looks at needs of the people, interest of the people, but subsequent arguments talk about benefits. And there's an argument that benefit is a more accurate representation of that particular element. But the problem with reducing the whole conceptualization of needs and interest into benefits is that it focuses, it's a very commercialized perspective. And it ignores basic concepts about public finance, including the aspect of fungibility of money. That you can have a road being developed somewhere, but you never really know which money built that road. Therefore, when you talk about beneficiation, just the mere existence of a road does not really mean that that road was built using debt or sovereign debt. Unfortunately, I'm told I have 4 minutes, which means I have to hurry up. So there are quite a number of issues that we raise with respect to the whole conceptualization of the odious debt doctrine, including the fact that when you look at the narrow conceptualization of benefit, then you omit circumstantial factors such as corruption of state officials and due influence, including economic coercion. You ignore facts like fraud and the impact it has on the objectionability of sovereign debt. There are quite a number of other factors, including the biggest problem is that the current conceptualization of odious debt takes an all or nothing approach, where it says that a finding of odiousness must necessarily be followed by the non-payment of the debt. However, it ignores that odious debt really is an equitable concept, which means that we need to be able to look at the circumstances, the totality of the circumstances of the debt. It is possible to have a debt that was acquired without consent, but that ends up actually conferring benefit. How do we treat that debt? it's possible to have a debt which was acquired with consent, but ends up not conferring any benefit on the population. Equally, there is also the whole question of must all the elements be present for a debt or sovereign debt to be rendered odious. And our argument is that the existence of any one of the elements is sufficient, and creditor awareness, which was a factor which was included for purposes of just assuaging the credit side of the question. Our argument is that it's not a salient component of the definition of odious debt. It might come in as a mitigation factor, but it must not exist for a declaration of odious debt. So we go on, so I'll just ask for, thank you. So then, when we talk about an African analysis of odious debt, the bigger question you ask yourself is, what is African about debt? What is African about how we acquire and use debt that would warrant us to say that there's a commonality, there is, a uniqueness, which then we need to consider when we are redefining or reconceptualizing the odious debt doctrine. And we look at what are these factors or circumstances, either historical or political or social or economic, that exist either presently or in the past, that would then we need to have in mind when we are conceptualizing the doctrine and coming up with a new taxonomy. And there were 4 factors which we actually took into consideration and used case studies to be able to illustrate these particular factors. Some of them have already been addressed and captured in this conversation since yesterday. One of them is the legacy of colonialism as a shared common factor across sub-Saharan Africa that you ought to have in mind when you're thinking about sovereign debt acquisition and use and the whole concept of sovereign debt repayment. There is the legacy of IMF fiscal fundamentalism and conditionalities that ended up with not only underdeveloping Africa and African countries, but it also conditioned the macroeconomics of our various economies. There's also the enduring problem of despotism. We still have fragility as a common factor across Africa, which will then have a bearing on whether sovereign debt, when it's acquired, is going to be used for the benefit of the people. Then we have the whole issue of neo-patrimonialism, which is evident in most of our countries, including the country Kenya, where I come from. And lastly, then we have systemic corruption and illicit financial flows. So these 5 factors, including case studies that illustrate them as being common facts across Africa, were then used as a basis for us defining the Africanness or the African lens through which we then redefine or conceptualize the odious debt and develop a taxonomy. In terms of the taxonomy, what kind of debts will then qualify as being classified either as being potentially odious or actually being outrightly odious? There's already existing taxonomies including war debts, subjugation, hostile debts, regime debts, among other things. But looking at those 5 factors that are common to African countries, we came up with a list of about 8, including colonial debts, regressive debts, specifically targeting those debts that are conditioned by regressive policies, including IMF conditionalities and structural adjustment that come with structural adjustment programs, despotic regime debts, neo-patrimonial regime debts, internally invalid debts. These are debts which are acquired contrary to internal laws that regulate the acquisition of sovereign debt. Then we have loans procured through corruption, loans extended under fraud or misrepresentation by the creditor. A critical example is the Mozambican loan, where the brokers all of a sudden say that the tuna capacity was so significant that it could actually sustain a loan of about 2 billion USD. And then we have predatory lending, where lenders continue giving you money regardless of whether it's actually sustainable or not. And that then is based generally on there's a general argument that countries or states do not go bankrupt. They always raise taxes. They always have money. And therefore, even if you continue lending without thinking, they'll always have to pay back, hence encouraging irresponsibility and predatory lending. On the question of the IFFs and illicit financial flows, there's statistical evidence that external borrowing is the single most important determinant of not only the timing, but also the magnitude of capital flight from sub-Saharan Africa. That when you look at lending or sovereign debt borrowing and tally it with the statistics with respect to capital flights, there is a correlation. And in fact, there is an argument by Ndikumana and Boyce that between 60 and 80 cents of borrowed money flow out immediately after it has actually been acquired. So when you look at the normative status of this doctrine, the debate is whether we are looking at the odious debt doctrine in those very terms or in those very words, and whether it has actually emerged as a rule of international law, or whether we are looking at the question of whether under international law there exists a rule that allows for the equitable adjustment of rights and obligations in sovereign debt contracts, such as to allow for the adjustment of those rights and obligations. So essentially what we're saying is there a rule in international law that allows, so there are two ways to look at it. One, is there a rule in international law that allows for the variation of rights or severance of rights on the basis of equitable considerations? Or two, is there a mandatory, inflexible, and inviolable rule of sovereign debt repayment under international law? The answer to both questions is that there is no settled normative framework, or rather normative acceptance of the odious debt doctrine under international law, either whether you look at treaties, or whether you look at customary international law, or whether you look at other forms of international sources of international law. However, while the term or the doctrine in those very words cannot be said to have emerged under international law, when you look at the essence of the odious debt doctrine, which is equity and equitable considerations as a basis for the adjustment of rights and obligations under sovereign debt, you realize that one of the principal sources of international law is general principles of law. Equity is a general principle of law. Agency is a general principle of law. Therefore, while we may not be able to argue that the odious debt doctrine in those very words has emerged in international law, it's possible to be able to attain the equitable outcomes that the odious debt doctrine seeks to achieve using general principles of law as a basis for the attainment of those particular remedies and outcomes. Because of time, I will leave it there, and then I will be able to have a look at the questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gishana. I'm sorry we have to rush you. We're sort of playing up catch-up, but that was very comprehensive. And just to say that that is a first draft of the paper that Dr. Gishana has worked on, that we're working on with Dr. Gishana. And this session is basically also a way to get feedback on whether you agree with this presentation. Is it a question of equity? Do you have the general principles now to say, indeed, some of our debts are odious? Or is there another framework or lens that we need to look at the question of odious debt? So to help us maybe also to expand more on this, I'd like to welcome my fellow panelists. I'll welcome first Professor Abeno Oduro, Mayada Hassanein, and Stefano Prato to kindly join me on the podium, together with Dr. Henry Gishana, to help us unpack a little bit more on the presentations. So I know all of you might have a mic next to you. So just to start us off, Professor Abena Oduro. She's an associate professor in the Department of Economics of University of Ghana, and she holds an MLIT in economics from the University of Glasgow, Scotland, and she's also the president of the International Association for Feminist Economics since 2022, and her main areas of research are poverty and inequality analysis, gender and assets, unpaired care work, international trade policy, and WTO issues. And she's also a member of the African Center for Excellence in Equality Research. So Professor Abena, welcome. And maybe from the context of what has been presented, even in the conversation that have been going on since yesterday, there have been questions, or how do we make interlinkages with the feminist framing in this debt and reparations call? And even after we've had the presentations from particularly Dr. Marie, how do you see feminist framing of debt and reparations, given that the historical roots of colonialization have actually embedded a culture of marginalization and disproportionately affecting women throughout that process? How do you see that a feminist framing on debt and reparations looking like?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by clearing something. I was the president of the International Association for Feminist Economics. My term ended in 2022. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, what does a feminist framing of debt and reparation entail? So, feminists recognize the role of Africa's colonial history in making the continent prone to debt crises. And they have analyzed how the neoliberal policies embedded in the structural adjustment programs of the 1980s failed to rid African countries of the vulnerabilities created during colonialism, thus making them prone to debt crises. Feminists put forward a strong critique of structural adjustment programs, showing that their effects were not gender neutral and they undermined gender equality. Feminists have since developed models that analyze the differential impacts of macroeconomic policies on women and men. In their framing of debt, feminists extend their analysis to the debt accumulation process and interrogate how the borrowed monies are utilized. They criticize the international financial architecture and the inherent biases that disadvantage African countries. The debt contract comes under scrutiny. This is because feminists argue that the debt contract is the outcome of the balance of power relations between the debtor and the creditor. The interests of the party with the higher bargaining power are more likely to determine the terms of the contract. What goes into the contract is not based on only technical considerations. Empirical evidence abounds on how the interest rate on loans contracted by African governments have premiums that are higher than what would be expected given country characteristics and attendant risks. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are criticized by feminists not only because of the content of their policy lending programs, but also because of their debt sustainability analysis framework. The objective of their debt sustainability analysis is to assess the ability of developing countries to repay their debts. The indicators that are relied on are the ratio of the debt service to export earnings, the ratio of debt service to government revenue, and the ratio of debt outstanding to gross domestic product. The debt sustainability analysis does not consider the effect of debt servicing on the poor, on women, or on marginalized groups. It pays no attention to the effect of onerous debt service payments on the lives of the population. Now, the debt service to revenue ratio is an important indicator because it provides some information on the fiscal space available to government. However, the analysis should not stop there. The next important question should be what areas of government spending are being squeezed as the ratio rises, and how does this affect indicators of human well-being? Evidence abounds that spending on education, health, utilities, and social protection take a cut when countries are going through a debt crisis. The crowding out effect of social expenditures because of debt service payments is a critical aspect of the feminist framing of debt because of the implications it has for inequality, gender inequality, poverty, and people's lives. Feminist theorizing identifies two main channels why this is important. First, cuts in social spending negatively impact women because they are responsible for social reproduction, that is domestic work, child care, elder care, and care of the sick. They spend more time on these activities than men do. As public provisioning is reduced or withdrawn, the burden of social reproduction becomes heavier for women. Austerity measures do not factor in the burden on women, and they are treated as automatic shock absorbers that will bear the brunt of the implications of these cuts on households. Feminist framing of debt considers the link between national debt and household debt. It traces out the link between external debt and household debt, and social reproduction is an important chain in this link. The reduction in public spending on health, education, and utilities can result in an increase in the prices of these services paid for, or else the absolute withdrawal of these services can mean that households have to source these services from the private sector. Either way, the cost of accessing these services rises for households. Some households may have to borrow to pay for health care or to pay for education services, leading to the buildup of household debt. This can have differential impacts on women and men if there is no pooling of household financial resources. In many instances, financial resources are not pooled. Household indebtedness can push households into poverty, and household indebtedness can lead to vulnerability and the exposure of debtors to violence. Included in the feminist framing of debt is the analysis of the taxation measures that are introduced to mobilize domestic resources. Feminists are concerned about the introduction of regressive tax instruments, for example, the value-added tax, to raise revenue for government. Thus, the feminist framing of debt extends beyond concerns about the effects of debt on macroeconomic indicators, such as growth and the exchange rate. It delves into how debt adversely impacts the lives of ordinary people, increasing their vulnerability to poverty, deprivation, and violence. And the violence that is unleashed by loan sharks is not the only violence that debtors are exposed to. The owners of debt can suffer from emotional violence that is unleashed in their bodies because of worry and stress. And finally, the feminist framing of debt examines the relationship between the state and its citizens and how this can be fraught because of debt. It reveals how external debt privileges the interests of the external creditors against the interests of citizens. Now, the case for reparations is grounded on the damage that the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and the new colonial structures and institutions have had on Africans. Feminists unpack this narrative to throw light on the oppressions, exploitation, and injustice that African women and girls bore during slavery and colonialism, and the gender inequities that persist during the period of neoliberalism and neocolonialism today. By highlighting the injustices that women and girls have been subjected to, feminists make the case for a reparations program that is sensitive to the different experiences of women and men. They are by no means inferring that men and boys did not suffer oppression and humiliation. They did. Feminists are making a case for a nuanced approach that values the experiences of women and men. The reparations program should not be gender blind. Resources from reparations should be used to transform African economies and address gender inequality. For example, the burden of unpaid care work on African women. So in conclusion, if Africa had received reparations for the injustice meted out to it by the global north, if institutions and structures that exploit the wealth of Africa were destroyed, there would be no need for Africa to be forced to choose the path of debt-driven development and to be exposed to the vulnerabilities that debt confers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abena, for that very descriptive framing of how debt affects women across either urban, rural, but even the violence that actually informs their lives, and that women are just automatically considered as absorbers of debt, whereas they're the ones who suffer the most. So I'll just move to quickly Mayada Hussein, who's also from IDEAS, program officer, a senior program officer. She's an economist and researcher with more than 10 years of experience working on in development economics. She's a post-growth fellow 2025, and her research interests include Sudanese political economy, care and social reproduction, as well as a feminist political economy. So thank you, Mayada, for joining us here. Just as a reflection of the papers that have been presented by both Dr. Gishana and Dr. Marie, and how they've positioned both the audacious and the political economy framing in line with the current debt restructuring challenges, right? We are trying to get a reparative framework, but as we are working towards that, we have countries now contending with high risk and debt distress or high risk of debt distress, and others actually in default and working through a restructuring process. So in that view, how would our reparative justice framework look like to inform or reshape approaches to debt restructuring or debt resolution within the context of a reparative justice?
Thank you very much, Catherine. Okay, so I'll say, thank you for the two presentations for the papers, really enjoyable. I think when we talk about, debt restructuring or debt cancellation being part of the reparations agenda, and that's not obviously a new conversation. Like when I think it was the 90s when the Organization of the African Union created that group of eminent persons that said the debt cancellation is, part of a reparative process to account for all the things that we've been discussing, slavery, colonialism, and so on. And so I think that debt cancellation can and should be framed as part of the reparations agenda. But for me, it can't constitute in itself a genuine sort of transformative reparations agenda. And I think the papers, in a way, kind of frame that. When I think about the paper presented by Dr. Murray and the systemicness of this. And the reason I say this is twofold. The first is that debt cancellation now is affordable to creditors. Whether it's government, this is something that is affordable. It can be done, and the reason it's not being done is obviously highly political and ideological. It's not like an issue of accounting in the sense, and so that's why reparations can't only equal to sort of only debt cancellation or debt restructuring. And the second reason is because I think canceling the debt stock that the African continent has doesn't cancel at all the structural conditions that produce the debt crisis itself and the tendency towards this sort of revolving door of debt crisis. And therefore a distinction should be made between cancelling debt stocks as they stand now, which we have already established are unsustainable, they're harming, the lives of people and so on. But also sort of cancelling that, we can call it sort of that debt system, which there's no other way that this system will operate if it doesn't sort of have this imposition of accruing debt. Provisioning of natural resources comes so heavily from the global south and especially from the African continent. How is it possible that the net financial flows are also coming from the south to the north? And so, as long as this system is maintained, reparations as a monetary transfer or as debt cancellation only will not be sufficient at all. And I think this is also echoed in this idea of odious debt. What is that? What do you mean? Okay, there's a lot of, and even this framing of was this debt known to the people? Was it beneficial for them? Even these definitions are not even accepted in that legal framework, and I obviously can't speak to that. It's out of my forte completely. But I think, the countries that have monetary sovereignty and who are able to sustain surpluses in their budgets or in their trade accounts, largely by virtue of the fact that their currencies, whether the dollar or the euro, are international units of account and store of value and measure of value. And measure of value. And so this is not, and this is a political thing. This is about monetary sovereignty, which it has to be a very core element or pillar of a reparative justice agenda. And so I think it was mentioned in the morning that African countries should be able to buy imports in their local national currencies. And if we think about it, if we get, say, I don't know, think about I'm from Sudan. Think about if Sudan got 100 billion payment as reparations, and then we needed to pay. We have an import bill, and we have obviously debt servicing on the side. Then all this money is going to go to is these two things. So it's going to be funneled back into the international financial system upwards again. And so I think focusing making sure that the reparations agenda, at least from an economic perspective, is framed around delinking the African economy from the international financial or the exploitability of it, and also about ensuring monetary sovereignty for African countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayada, for those reflections. I think for me, you've given me something to think about, that monetary sovereignty should be part of the reparative agenda. I think that is not something that we have reflected very much on in these discussions. Sorry for that. But I think it's also a nice segue for you, Stefano, because Mayada has said that debt cancellation cannot happen if you don't cancel the debt architecture. And we've been having the Fourth for Financing Development Conference that happened in June. I know as the mechanism, CSO, FfD mechanism, you are very key in pushing a lot of reform changes or asks in the different thematic areas, one of them being on debt. And within those efforts, there was a paragraph calling for an intergovernmental process to close the gaps in the global debt architecture. I know within the mechanism, the view was that to have towards having a UN sovereign debt mechanism or UN sovereign debt convention. So in what the presentation of Dr. Gishana and Marie, do you see potential gains of shifting that narrative and fitting with this reparative agenda to say that, you know, African and actually lenders, or rather global lender victims, and that with this system, it needs to be changed. And now we have the opportunity within the UN. And what has happened with the severe commitment and calling for those intergovernmental process to close the gaps? How do you see that fitting into the reparative justice agenda?
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for the invitation, and thanks for the opportunity. I know we're all tired, so I'll be very, very sketchy. Few points. The first one, I think we need to have a proper understanding of the role of global negotiations. And I think I've said on previous AFCODs that the global space offers no solutions, but is an important space for renegotiating relations with others and strengthen solidarity with other southern regions in seeking reforms. But the fundamental is to that renegotiations to happen as a result of a regions-born agenda. So it's only if there is a very clear way forward that is born within the region and is already articulated in the way in which a region wants to restructure its economies and its institutions, then the space globally becomes an important space for renegotiating with others. But there's no solutions that can be found there without that premise. Second understanding is there's a lot of discussions on the reform of the international financial architecture, but sometimes I don't have a feeling that we understand what that is. Okay, and I think let me try and bring my own 2 pennies here. The international financial architecture is composed of 3 fundamental pillars: normative frameworks, decision-making spaces, and an ecosystem of institutions that support it. Now, let's analyze the 3 and understand where the debt convention fits and how it connects with the agenda for reparations. Now, in normative terms, there are huge normative gaps in the way in which the global economy is managed. Actually, if you look at the reality of international law, there is none. Very few scattered, fragmented pieces, mostly relating to the economy of the past, which has to do with the movement of goods across countries. But if you look at global finance, which is where debt is located, the international law is virtually non-existent. And that's the reason why we have continued to struggle with private sector participation in any restructuring, because the private sector doesn't care about seducing frameworks which are agreed politically. They only look at what is in the law and what is not. And the fact that we have no international law means that there is no enforceability. And that's the same of the discussion that we've heard on odious debt. You know, there are nice political frameworks on responsible lending and borrowing, but very weak, if any, legal frameworks that allow for the enforceability. So the first step is to address this normative gap, and this is what the Debt Convention aims to do. Creates a clear framework for responsible lending and borrowing with enforceability mechanisms, clarify rules and processes for the restructuring of sovereign debt crisis in non-creditor-centered spaces, but in a democratic process, reform debt sustainability assessments exactly along the lines that our previous speakers talked about, address issue of state contingent debt instruments, whether because of climate crisis or other war, conflicts and other situations, address issues of credit ratings and how they affect countries and borrowing potential after a restructuring, and also address issues of debt transparency, and probably much more. We need that comprehensive body of international law within which we can locate our struggles, including the one for reparation. Now, that takes to the second point, decision-making, because of course, international law requires a democratic and jurisdictional space for decision. And that takes us inevitably within the UN space. Now, the UN space, as far from being perfect, is full of political economies, and we see it every day in the way in which things unfold in our current geopolitical context. Yet, is the only space that has jurisdiction, that can take decisions which are enforceable across the globe. It's the only space in which we have, at least on paper, democratic decision-making. It's the only space in which we can evoke a developmental analysis of the decisions we take, and therefore we refer to that developmental human rights-based agenda. Is the only one in which we can explore the interconnections between tax, debt, trade, finance, and others, because they are not separated and segregated in different institutions. And it's a space in which, in theory, we have civic accountability and possibility to participate. And this is essential because when we develop law, if that law is developed under closed doors, it's very likely to be a further instrument of oppression. It's only when it's developed in an open process with the participation of social groups and communities that are affected that it may become an instrument of liberation. So it's important not to equate the call for a UN-based decision-making process as being purely intergovernmental, but rather a process that is open to civic participation. So the Debt Convention therefore aims not only to create a body of law that fills that normative gap, but also create a democratic space, or at least democratic on paper, not free of political economies, of course, in which that can be developed and then further negotiated along the way in a typical convention of the party process. Lastly, how does this relate to the ecosystem of institutions? Because you see, the structures and the architecture of oppression that has been described extensively is maintained through all these institutions. There are those institutions that shape what we believe to be law but is not, because they are their policies, and what shapes the very close connection between imperialism, militarism, as well as the hegemonic expansion of the global economy. Now, how does the Debt Convention help? Many people believe that we need to reform these institutions. My point is that these institutions are not reformable. And every reform agenda ultimately aims to make something stronger. So that's the reason why we don't want to engage in reform of these institutions, because we want to have a conversation on how to make them stronger, more effective, and whatever else. We need building blocks around them that begin to contrast their hegemony. Now, by creating normative frameworks, such as the Tax Convention, such as the Debt Convention, you begin to limit their hegemonic expansion and begin to create a multi-layered set of institutions, different institutions, that begin to pull things out of them. If you have a tax authority, all the tax work that is currently within the bank or the IMF gets absorbed into a new institution. And in the way in which we think of those institutions, rather than thinking about global institutions only, we need to think about multi-layered organizations and institutions that have a much more diverse capacity to support financing needs at all scales. So it is not maybe that that convention is not a direct response to the reform or the change, but it begins to limit their mandate. So to conclude, how does this link to the agenda for reparative justice? I remain convinced that the primary pillar of that agenda needs to be an agenda for economic transformation of the region, that disconnects it from global value chains and reaffirms the need to structure the economies differently. The propension to overborrow, the limitation of domestic resource mobilization are not resolved by global conventions. They are resolved because you change the nature and structure of the local economies. But once that happens, and that pathway towards a different economic framework is engaged in, these conventions can help renegotiate relations and clarify frameworks and decision-making on how to bring global finance and therefore debt under democratic accountability. And I think this is what brings Africa to become a rule maker rather than a rule taker. And the Lomé decision of the African Union to embrace the struggle for a debt convention is a fundamental step in that pathway, and therefore it's a fundamental step for reparative justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefano, for giving us, it's not just about the normative that we are trying to solve, but also how do we create slowly those multi-layered processes that will both address the normative but also the need to restructure in a transformative way. So I'll just open up the floor for questions. I know we don't have a lot of time, but we hope we're going to have a bit of interaction so that we can be able to allow the other sessions to begin. So if there's any question, I can see 4 hands. So we'll start with the lady here. Her hand was up first. And then the gentleman with glasses. And then here at the front. And 2 on the left side. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists for today's session. My name is Lynette Keo. I am from Kenya, from an organization called Inuka Kenya Nisisi, and I am a program officer to that effect. Now, my question is, I have 2 questions actually. So one, can debt still be considered legitimate if it was acquired without citizens' consent, but ends up benefiting them? And also, how should we should the citizens be involved in determining whether a debt serves public interest? And then also a second question would be, if Africa's debt crisis reflects a continuation of colonial logics, how do we ensure that debt cancellation and restructuring are treated as justice and not charity? That will be my questions to the panelists.
Okay. You can go next, and then you just tell us who your name, where you're from, and who you're addressing the question to.
All right, thank you. My name is Kenneth Okwaro. I am from Asepis. We are based in Nairobi. I was intrigued by the presentation by Ndugu Gishana. My question, first of all, is, are there examples where the doctrine of odious state has been applied to actually challenge odious state, which we can look to, and, like in my country where people are really trying to litigate around that. In your taxonomy, most of the variables look like they're domestic. On the side of the data, neo-patrimonialism, corruption, illegalities, opaqueness. I wanted to hear your view about the extent to which you think they could be overburdening the creditor, because the creditor is bringing money, but there's a lot of things that on the side of the data that might determine the way your taxonomy is developed. And lastly, what elements of your taxonomy do you think will be most contested or is bound to be contested? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, and then the gentleman here with the blue after you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am Shurajit Das. I come from India. I have 2 questions. One to Professor Abhina. Ma'am, when I met Professor Charles Abugre here, we were discussing that lot of fiscal austerity measures are taking place, particularly in terms of cutting down government expenditures in the social sector and so on, with the excuse that the debt servicing burden is too much. Now, of course, it cuts down the fiscal space for enhancing spending. However, it is part of the broader agenda of fiscal conservatism. So I would like to ask you whether it is more because of the cost of debt servicing, or is it because of fiscal conservatism in general that government is cutting down the social sector expenditures? And I have a question to Mayada. Delinking is very exciting, attractive, radical sounding thing. I work with somebody called Professor Prabhat Patnaik. He is a big socialist economist, my supervisor. So I fought a lot with him on this point. He always talks about delinking. I mean, even if we forget that some of our politicians are corrupt and they take money and selling off our natural resources, minerals, not only from Africa, it's happening in India also. And population-wise, the size of India is equal to the entire Africa. So it's happening. However, how feasible or practical it is in today's world to really de-link ourselves to regain the policy autonomy or sovereignty of individual independent nation states? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tinashe Gumbo. I'm from the All Africa Conference of Churches based in Nairobi, but I'm from Zimbabwe. I liked the presentation on odious debts, and I really saw that the presenter tried to be as simple as possible when the subject matter seems to be technical. So I want to commend you on that one. Then I also liked the way you analyzed the issue of the lender's complicity. I think it's true. It is actually difficult to tell whether the money I'm giving you is going to be used in the manner that you have convinced me or you have communicated to me. It can actually be used in other on other things. So I think it's a very good observation that you are making. We really need to further interrogate that particular aspect. But in the paper, I did not hear much about the support which is given to players who further drive us towards environmental challenges. So maybe I would want to hear more about how these lenders also continue to support activities that destroy our environment. I think these are my a few observations. Otherwise, I enjoyed the paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will take two more and then last one. So 3 more questions so that the panelists have an opportunity to respond and we can wind up. Just remember also we have Dr. Marie-Louise Aren. She's also online. So if you have a question directed to her, please you can just mention that. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. My question is, I'm Ora Lensagbo from Cameroon. My question is addressed to Dr. Henry. You made mention of odious debt, and also from the legal perspective, I want to find out, when we talk about debt cancellation, because Afudat talks about debt cancellation as well as Roda in his book, Reparations to Africa, he also mentioned of debt cancellation. So I want to find out, when we talk about debt cancellation, are we talking about cancelling all the debts in Africa? From the legal perspective, is it justified to cancel all the debts in Africa? Or there are certain debts we consider justified, which we can cancel, and others we cannot cancel? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon or good morning. And I just want to also say thank you to the panelists for very, very interesting presentations, very insightful. 3 quick comments. The first one is the case for reparations. From the very first presentation online to what we also have been hearing here, one of the good reasons for continuing to call for reparations is the fact that it was not only there's been slavery, there's been a lot of resources being taken away. It's also the damage done to the continent, to the economies, to the cultures, to the languages, to the religions, to the knowledges that have been around. So the damage has been profound. So it was only Eurocentrism among the effects, as was mentioned in the first paper, but it's just damage, and that's been documented, in so many different respects. That's one. Secondly, I think the point that you were making about cancellation in itself not being sufficient because it has to go with some transformation. I think the key word is that one, is transformation. Because without that, we cannot go far. Our development process has not been only stunted, but the economies and the way we've been entrapped into the global system is disempowering, is maintaining us in the structures that are actually reproducing themselves in so many different ways. Inequalities have been reproduced, dependencies have been reproduced, and new dependencies have been created, including with all the things that are coming up with the technological developments and so on. So transformation is definitely, I think, the thing that we need to have. The final point is what you were making, Stefano. I thought that was very, very insightful, very illuminating, the different points that you highlighted, the decision-making structures, normative frameworks, and the ecosystem. For me, the ecosystem is really where I think we should be putting our energies into. What kind of transformation can we have of that ecosystem? How can we weigh heavier in that ecosystem? What kind of mechanisms? We talk about sovereignty that is required, monetary, economic, and so on. But definitely, for us in Africa, the starting point will be also coming together, and making sure that we have economic structures. If I may put it very simply, last year the UN had this Pact for the Future. I think we need a complete renegotiation and rethinking of the way we are organized locally on the continent, from a gender perspective, from a youth perspective, from all different class perspective as well, so that we can begin to think about, it is not delinking, I know that professor's work, and we've spent a lot of time working with Samir Amin and Samuel, that whole crowd. Samir's point is not only about cutting off or going into some kind of autarkic relationship, it's about renegotiating the terms of engagement we have with the global system, and that is a condition for aiming at going anywhere. If we don't renegotiate the terms of our engagement in the global system, forget it. And I think that's how reparations can come into the point. So you don't only say, we just forget as if nothing has happened and we begin all over again. But they need to be held accountable for the damages that have been caused. But it goes with that renegotiation, which means some restructuring that has to happen in our economies and in our societies. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Very briefly, so that the panelists can also respond. We are way past time.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Teka from Women in Democracy and Governance. I'm so happy there was a person from the churches here, and I was actually waiting with bated breath for him to ask about Jubilee. The Pope declared 2025 as the year of Jubilee, and so I wanted to ask, what is the impact and the benefits of including Jubilee in the feminist framework on debt, and also in the ODS debt, as well as from a Pan-African perspective, considering that we do have a lot of Catholics in Africa, and what would be the benefits of including it in our framework? And as we are going home, I will need to explain to my 2-year-old, how can I explain to a 2-year-old what ODS debt is? As in, just break it down. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. So I know, Dr. Gishana, you have 2 questions directed to you. Also, Professor Abena, you have 2. Mayada, and also Stefano. So maybe just 30 seconds, 1 minute. Sorry about that, but just to quickly,
Thanks a lot. So I'll start with the question by Lynette Akeo, whether debt which was acquired without consent but ended up conferring benefit, is it still considered to be illegitimate? Now, this debt will still be considered illegitimate for the population of that particular country, but one of the things which we are also trying to do insofar as the question that Kenneth raised with respect to the balance of obligations between debtors and creditors is that we also want to prevent a situation of unjust enrichment, where a country uses the pretext of no consent to fail to pay even when it was clear that the debt was used to benefit its people. And for that particular reason, equity then will come in to be able to require restitution on behalf of the creditor. Should citizens be involved in the determination of benefit? I think so, because otherwise the regimes will only be able to provide, or rather argue that there was beneficiation without actually tracing the source of the money. Kenneth, are there examples of where the odious debt doctrine has been applied to challenge sovereign debt? Not in those exact same words, the word odious debt doctrine. However, the reason why we conceptualize odious debt as an equitable concept, as a basket, where all those other equitable considerations go into, is to be able to accommodate all these other instances where aspects of no beneficiation, no consent have been used as a basis for actually cancelling or repudiating debt, to be able to provide evidence of the obligation not to pay, or the existence of an equitable consideration of the debt obligations of parties under sovereign debt. Obviously, there are quite a number of cases that fall under the second category, where you look at it from a broader equitable perspective, but they're not sufficient to, for example, establish rules of odious debt doctrine as a rule of customary international law. Most variables are domestic. To what extent do they overburden the creditor? Now, the whole goal, as I said again, is to promote responsible both lending and borrowing. Now, all the parameters, or rather the taxonomy that we've created, impose obligations both on the state and the creditor. The biggest problem we're going to have, I'll actually combine that with your question on which one of them is going to be most contested. All of them. Because essentially what we're trying to do is impose responsibility and accountability in the acquisition and use of sovereign debt. The creditors obviously are used to the whole concept of countries don't go bankrupt, and therefore we can lend as much as we can as long as we actually are guaranteed to get returns, even through restructuring. States, on the other part, are beneficiaries of these illicit financial flows that flow out of sovereign debt. Therefore, there is also a self-interest. So whichever taxonomy is definitely going to be contested by both parties. The question of which is going to be the least contested, those taxonomies that link or attach to what is considered under public international law to be unlawful. For example, the question of corruption, the question of coercion, the question of fraud, those are clear cases where contestation is going to be minimal. What happens to players who destroy the environment? Tinashe from Zimbabwe. Now, while this does not squarely fall within the concept of odious debt and does not render a debt odious, there are quite a number of frameworks, including soft law, such as the UNCTAD principles and the UN guidelines on foreign debt, which then impose, even the civil commitment contains obligations, or rather imposes obligations on lenders, especially multilateral lenders, to be able to undertake audits and appraisals of projects which are being implemented or directly funded by multilateral lenders, to be able to ensure that they do not have negative environmental impact. My last question, debt cancellation, does it apply to all? Is it justifiable to cancel all? Debt cancellation is a political term. It's not a legal term. You can't cancel debt. Once you've entered into a contract, it's legally enforceable. Therefore, debt cancellation and repudiation are political initiators of the legal process for the declaration of debt as being odious. So it only applies to debt which is then adjudged as having been odious, and is it justifiable to cancel all, provided odiousness is actually established. And we say it again, remember, we're not arguing for all or nothing. We're arguing for an equitable assessment of benefits to avoid unjustifiable debt burdens, but at the same time to avoid unjustifiable, unjust enrichment. How do you explain odious debt to a 2-year-old? It's basically illegitimate or morally or socially objectionable debt.
Thank you so much, Professor Gishana.
Thank you. Fiscal conservatism, or is it debt servicing cost which is driving the austerity? Is that it? Well, we need to also remember that these austerity programs are part of programs under the IMF stroke World Bank. So you basically have to ask yourself, to what extent are there degrees of freedom for the countries who are negotiating? But when we think of the word fiscal, we have the expenditure side and we have the revenue side. And so you need to ask yourself the question, should the fiscal conservatism also only be coming from the expenditure side? What can we do in terms of domestic resource mobilization? And in African countries, if we take Ghana, for example, the official statistics concerning our tax efforts shows that it's very low, suggesting that there may be opportunities to consider improving upon domestic resource mobilization. But we also, in that process, need to be concerned about progressivity, regressivity, the distributional impacts. And then thinking about it again, maybe coming from the perspective of Ghana, what about efficiency in the use of resources? Our Auditor General report is full of embezzlement and fraud. To what extent also can we rein that in when we are in contexts such as these? So these are some of the things we could think about. Now, when it comes to the Jubilee year, I'll take it offline with you if you don't mind. Thank you.
So I'll be very, very quick. So, I mean, if Professor Patnaik couldn't convince you, I might not have a chance, but I'll try. So I think that when I think about delinking, especially in sort of the short term or the immediate term, I think about a process whereby countries of the global south, in this context, if we're thinking about African countries, are engaging in a negotiated and selective, openness to the global economy and the, global trade system, and one that, crucially or like fundamentally prioritizes what the needs of the citizens are, and also within that primarily the needs of the peasantry, of farmers, of working class citizens specifically, because we also need to think about also that class dimension even within national borders. So I don't think that, I think that idea of this delinking as creating the situation of ultimate economic, independence wouldn't occur. But I think it's that issue of how well negotiated is this? How much does this trade deal or this, development strategy or this, loan that you're taking from the IMF, what is the extent to which this supports the priorities of these subgroups? Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Super quick. I think I fully agree with that. Despite the fact that I do teach dependency theory, I don't use the term delinking this day. I think the degree of interconnectedness, trade, monetary, and financial, I think is gone far beyond the theorist of dependency theory back in the days. But I use the term renegotiation, exactly in the terms in which Brima mentioned, which is, by the way, at the core of the theory. It's exactly that, the fact of renegotiating relations with others. Now, however, we must recognize that the share of global within most African economy is huge. Sometimes when you remove it, very little is left, actually. So as much as we don't use the term, the fact of having a fundamental redirection from the global into the local, national, and regional is a fundamental strategy. Now, this is where debt and currency traps are complicated. Why is it so difficult to change course from export-oriented crop agriculture? Because we need that currency to pay debt, So you understand why the fact of having a debt discussion only and a trade discussion only, or a financial regulatory discussion separated one from the other, doesn't work out. Now, that takes to Brima's issue on the ecosystem. I think we need to pull out again the agenda of African financial architecture, which is different from the international one, which included a very clear pathway for developing regional institutions. Because it's only when you have those institutions and you can renegotiate terms with the global institutions. If they don't exist, what do you renegotiate? You know? So I think the ecosystem reform agenda is one of institutional development, is not one of reform of the existing one. Because once you have those competing terms, then you can negotiate the space. In the absence of it, it becomes very, very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your responses, and I think we've ended on a beautiful note, because we came from just looking at the colonial history, but now we are charting our way forward with the reparative justice framing on what that looks like for African countries. And the feedback that we got or we've received from both the panelists and the discussion here is that for us to achieve that, there has to be a real transformation of our economies. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for just staying a little bit over time, but really thank you for your engagement, your interaction, and we'll open up, if you just, we'll have to allow the other colleagues to come and start their session. So we'll just take a quick photo with the panelists, but thank you all for joining.
Good morning, everyone. Are we together, please? The panelists, can you please kindly occupy your seats? Okay, thank you. Good morning again. I am Victoria Awanatu. Working for Christian Aid in Sierra Leone. Looking at my very self as a young feminist in the room, just getting started in the discussions, I am honored to be here, and not only be here as a participant, but to be a moderator of this important session. So on behalf of Christian Aid, Zimbabwe Council of Churches, Zimbabwe Coalition on Debt and Development, and Budget Advocacy Network, I want to say Akwaba to this session in my Ghanaian voice. For far too long, discussions at and beyond the FfD4 has informed us of a truth that we can no longer deny. that the call for reparation and reforms in the structural system is gaining new momentum. Yesterday in the room, it was so clear, it was so evident that these discussions are really taking the position or the heights we have anticipated it to take. And this is so because the economic orders rest on the colonial extraction of slavery and of underdevelopment. So now, this is not just a discussion on economic issues. It is a matter of repair, it is a matter of justice, and it is a matter of our dignity as human. So this session is about making the connections between the local community resisting unjust debt and tax systems, and that of the global structures that are advocating for or demanding for a reform. That is what we are here to do. Connections between the faith-based group, the feminist movement, the climate activists, and that of the economic advocates. Often at times, these structures are dealt with separately. But in reality, they are interconnected. We cannot talk about debt justice without looking at it as a feminist issue. And as well, we cannot talk about tax justice without looking at climate issues. And of course, reparations are that of moral and faith imperative. So here at FfD4, and through our work as Christian Aid and our partners and beyond, we seek to make sure that these conversations are advanced in an intersectional way, building bridges between movements, amplifying voice from the margins, and co-creating strategies for a financial system that is fair, accountable, and rooted in repair. So today, I invite us all not just to reflect on the colonial and structural roles of Africa's debt crisis, but to also imagine what a transformative, gender-just, and reparative financial architecture could look like. We will be drawing lessons from countries such as Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, and beyond. And we'll also draw strength from the feminist struggles for equality, strength from faith traditions that demand justice, and the urgency from the climate movement that keeps reminding us that time is running out. This is a collective journey, one that calls for courage, resilience, and solidarity across borders and movements. And I look forward to having a rich discussion around this topic that will help us to shape together the advocacy strategies that will carry forward this global movement for reparations and justice. As we begin, let us make this commitment together to push back against systems that exploit and to build a financial order that restores dignity, justice, and hope to our continent. Across faiths, movements, nations, we have the power to turn reparations from a demand into a reality. And of course, the time is now. And it starts with all of us in the room and even those out of this room. So for this discussion today, I have 4 panelists, and I know they are going to do justice to the topic of discussion, and we'll try our best to manage time. And for that, we have a colleague in the audience, Africa, who will be raising a hand to indicate to a speaker to show that it remains 2 minutes in their talking time. We want to show justice, but as well keep track of time. So I have Jennifer on my extreme end, Jennifer Labi. She is the head of the advocacy campaign for Christian Aid. Jennifer is responsible for Christian Aid's campaign on climate and economic justice, and for involving supporters, the church, and the public to make change happen. Jennifer joined Christian Aid in October 2020, and she's almost clocking 5 years now. And previously, she was the head of Foreign Defense and International Development Policy at the Labour Party in the UK, where she also directed international democracy building programs. Jennifer holds a master's degree in development studies from the London School of Economics, specializing in economic development policy in Africa. She has previously held roles in Parliament and the National Education Union. So you see, we have a rich and resourceful person in the room. Jennifer, you're welcome. And we also have Abubakar, that is closer to her. He is the coordinator for Budget Advocacy Network BAN in Sierra Leone. Abubakar has been working around budget and its related issues for the past 8 years, and he is responsible to ensure that both national and local government budgets are transparent, accountable, and participatory in a bid to ensure that the budgets are pro-poor. Mr. Kamara has vast experience in using budget data for advocacy purpose to influence change in favor of the poor and the marginalized. And next to him is Admaya Mitiwa. Sorry if I'm not able to pronounce the name well. Church Peace and Just Society, Zimbabwe Council of Churches. Admaya has over 15 years of experience in accounting, provision of research services, policy and strategy advisory, data analysis, economic analysis. He has advanced work on trade justice, financing for development, and regional integration in Africa. Admaya, you're welcome. And last but not the least is John Makito, the National Director for Zimbabwe Coalition on Debt and Development. John has a work experience in Zimbabwe and Southern Africa for the past 19 years. And 11 of those years are in civic leadership and strategic management. His interest in development, financing, development policy and practice, public finance management systems, and structural inequalities, livelihoods and value chain strengthening, transformational leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, these are honorable panelists for this discussion. And mark you, our discussion is on faith, feminism, fiscal justice, reclaiming power to reform the global financial architecture. Akwaba again in my Ghanaian language. I will have to take my seat. And I'll want to start with Admire. I don't want to do it in an organized way. I'll be doing it either way I deem fit. So, Admire, faith communities have long been at the heart or have been playing a pivotal role in the justice struggles in Zimbabwe. And the voices shaping national conversation on equity and accountability. So now, what is Zimbabwe's Council of Churches' vision for reparative justice for Zimbabweans? And what effort has been done so far, and how do you envisage the faith-based organization collaborating with feminist movement and civic actors to push forward these visions?
Thank you very much, Victoria. As introduced, my name is Admaya Mtizwa. I work with the Zimbabwe Council of Churches, and I'm a program director responsible for the work of the church in building peace and also in fostering social justice. I want to thank our partners here, Christian Aid, ZimCode, and our colleagues from Sierra Leone, as we are hosting this session. So to begin with, the Zimbabwe Council of Churches was established in 1964. And I'm saying this so that you have an appreciation of its role, both when it fought the war of liberation. When I meet and when we discuss with the church leaders in Zimbabwe, they always remind us that if we talk about war veterans in my country, we should always remember that the church is one of the war veterans, because they played a critical role in supporting the war of liberation in Zimbabwe. When the Zimbabwe Council of Churches was established in 1964, one of the key discussions which was happening then was about the role of the church in fighting colonialism, which side to take, because then there was still the dominance of the missionary in Zimbabwe. So the church leaders, some of the church leaders took a very strong role in supporting the war of liberation to fight against colonialism. And this history is critical as we reflect today, because we are still in this fight of colonialism and neo-colonialism. And it reminds me that in January this year, our Theology and Church Unit Committee of the Zimbabwe Council of Churches met to deliberate on reflecting on the role of the church in contemporary struggles in Zimbabwe today. And one of the decisions and the resolutions that they made was to make it clear that the church has a clear role to play when it comes to the public space. And they wanted to refute the narrative that the church should remain behind the pulpit. But they also wanted to make it clear that the role of the church, when you use the pulpit, is to promote holistic mission. And when we talk about holistic mission, we are talking about our spiritual well-being and our physical well-being. And the issues that we deliberate with, the struggles that we are talking about here, they touch on both our physical and our spiritual well-being. So the church should not be sidelined when we are having this conversation. Now, specific to reparative justice. So my first point is that the church has always in Zimbabwe played a critical role towards social justice, starting with the liberation, fighting against colonialism in Zimbabwe. And now we are at this juncture where we are talking about reparations. What is the vision of the churches in Zimbabwe, particularly from the side of the Zimbabwe Council of Churches? We are envisioning a Zimbabwe which is just, which is peaceful, which is prosperous, and which is united. And this cannot happen if there is no restoration of the hurts that happened in the past. And if there is no the correction of the injustices that continues to happen today. And also if there is no prevention of possibilities of future forms of colonialism. So we stand at a point where we are looking at the history what happened in the past, it requires to be repaired, it requires to be corrected. But we are also looking at what is currently happening now, the neo forms of colonialism, these debt issues that we are talking about, tax injustices, the injustices relating to trade, international development cooperation, digitalization, technology, climate change. So the church is continuously reflecting on these neo forms of colonialism, and the church is seeking and promoting justice. But I'm also saying that we are looking into the future. We are envisioning an alternative future where there is justice, where the global financial and economic architecture, it promotes the dignity of human being. It ensures that all the current forms of inequalities, structural and systemic inequalities, they do not continue to persist. So we are also a forward-looking faith group, or we are a forward-looking church that we are saying it has to play a central role in the reform of the global financial architecture. So with this in mind, we are very aware of the fact that the subject of reparations is quite complex. We have held a national conference of reparations in Zimbabwe, a multi-stakeholder conference, and we have also initiated a research process of trying to understand the thinking of Zimbabweans to say what could be the priority issues when it comes to reparations. And quite a number of issues came up in the exploratory paper. One is the issue of colonialism. The injustices that came with colonialism are a priority, a matter that need to be addressed within the reparations framework. But also the economic exploitation, the exploitation that happened during the time of colonialism, but also that continues to happen today, are again an issue of priority. But we also have the issues to do with land dispossession. The land question in Zimbabwe is not yet complete. It's still an issue that is at hand. Many Zimbabweans in the room, they might be aware that government is actually in the process of undertaking a process of giving title deeds to Zimbabwean farmers. But it has also compensated the former white farmers whose land was taken during the process of fast-track land reform. But already with that process, some have raised concerns relating to the priority given to compensating the white farmers. At the same time, these are the same people who dispossessed the black owners when the land was taken away from indigenous farmers. But we also have issues to do with neoliberalism and the effects of the economic structural adjustment program policies. They caused significant harm to the Zimbabwean economy, and people still think when we talk about reparations, the framework should be able to address the effects of such policies as neoliberalism. And the issue of climate change, it also comes in. Zimbabwe is now facing the consequences of the climate crisis. We are seeing increased high temperatures or extreme temperatures. We are seeing increasing floods, but also issues of cyclones, as well as the general decline in terms of availability of rainfalls. So agriculture is now significantly affected because of the changes in climate change, and the economy, which is supposed to be anchored on on agriculture, is no longer really benefiting from the agriculture sector. So these are some of the priorities that were coming out in the exploratory paper. So as I conclude, we are looking at reparative justice, which seeks to address and to redress these historical injustices and future-proof the global financial and economic system against these injustices to happen again in the future. as Faith, we look at this reparative justice agenda to be rooted in theology and also the African philosophy of Ubuntu. The framework must emphasize the importance of human dignity, community building, mutual cooperation, restoration, and healing of our communities. I will end here. Thank you.
Maya, thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear the background, how it all started for the churches in Zimbabwe, how far they've come, and I'm sure there are lessons to be learned from them for the other African countries, the churches in the other African countries, to know that the discussions happening around reparations and reparative justice is not just an economic thing, but also an issue of human dignity. And so I want to go to Abubakar, Budget Advocacy Network. In Sierra Leone, we've seen how BAN has been at the forefront in pushing for better use of public funds, public resources, how they are managed, and how you've managed to see that the spaces are open for the public to understand what is happening and how it has been going on. So what lessons can be drawn from Budget Advocacy Network's experience in fighting for good public economic governance in Sierra Leone to global economic governance? What lessons can we draw from BAN?
There are many lessons. Can you give me 2 hours to explain?
I am afraid we have to do justice to time, and so I'll just give you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. You know, yesterday in the opening, I totally agree to Dr. Patrick's point, which he really emphasized over and over in terms of, for us to engage on this issue, we have to be strong. And to be strong, one of the meanings of to be strong is you have to be able to generate your own resources to feed your people, provide health care, provide hospitals. And if African countries are able to minimize their domestic revenue leakages, you know, what the Muslims say, well, lie, they'll be able to cater the basic needs for the people. I can give you an example. When we started the tax exemption work in 2012, we did a report in 2013. We just looked at 4 multinationals. By then, the revenue forgone for those 4 multinationals, which does not include all of the incentives being granted, is $224 million a year. And that resources was 7 times the health budget, plus 8 times the education budget by then. And of course, we know the major beneficiary of the health budget are women and children. So we started a whole lot of work around, first of all, we do not have a policy, a whole lot of advocacy around getting the policy, getting the law, and of course, later we saw overall the tax expenditure reduced to 50 million. And of course, that led to now the government started publishing more tax exemption in their budget and all part of this one. But what is critical here is the issue of transparency in granting tax incentives. And one lesson that can be learned from Sierra Leone is the fact that if we have a law and citizens are following up on the law on a consistent manner, we started the work to get government develop a policy and a law in 2013, and we were all able to get a law in 2023. That's 10 years. So this work around reparation we are doing, we have to be consistent and ensure that the legal framework are really strong to address these issues. But most often, and what we have learned in Sierra Leone, Because we are not consistent or we are not following up, things slip up the way. Just because we have some 2-3 years lags in terms of monitoring and follow-up on these tax incentive issues, we saw in 2023, after 2023, the revenue forgone for just the industry sector is $150 million per year. And of course, that resources means thousands of women and children will go without proper health care. So, but if you look at those that are granted the incentives, the majority of them are from the countries we are requesting reparation from. So it's like eating twice. So whilst we're asking for reparation, more of these resources are taken in a different form from our countries. We are granting gracious and unending tax incentives. We look at some of the companies that are granting incentives. Some of them, over 10, 15 years, open-ended incentives. So addressing the revenue leakages is key. But overall, tax incentives, they are not issues that can be addressed nationally. It requires global effort. It requires regional effort because they normally create unharmful competition. So therefore, the need for Africa, ECOWAS, AU, after to really work on the implementation of a harmonized tax incentives issues. This is just one example. Now let me give another example before Victoria says my time is up. In terms of what is happening nationally and how that can be looked at globally. The whole issue around public debt. One of the problems we are facing is transparency. How do we ensure that our public debt at the national level are transparent? And this also reflects globally. And of course, we all know what that will lead to. The issue of unhidden debt. We saw here yesterday the example that was given from, I think it's Zimbabwe, the 2016 tuna bond scandal. Of course, that destabilized the whole entire region and right to the whole global market. So, from bank perspective at national level, we have pushed for a legal framework that will ensure that public debt information are accessible. So we use the legal framework to ensure that tax information are published in the national budget, and there is a law that guarantees that particular aspect. But it's not just a national issue in terms of ensuring that so there is a need globally to continue to push for the transparency of public debt. Because the effects are enormous when our local governments are not making the citizens know how much they have borrowed in a comprehensive manner and for what purpose and how they are utilizing this one. So the need for us to work together to push for the issue on debt transparency globally and then nationally. So in conclusion, some of the lessons we have learned, and of course, which we all know can be used globally, is that we need to be able to generate credible evidence that are authentic. Let me just give you one example quickly, Victoria. When we did our 2013 tax incentive work, it took us like 9 months just for the government, for the Revenue Authority to confirm that indeed our figures are correct. And in a week, we launched the report, and it was covered by BBC media, by BBC. And when they asked the Minister of Information by then, the first statement is that these figures are wrong. So we just forwarded him quickly the confirmation from NRA. Quickly, he changed his tone now and said, it's a business. If I lose $224 million annually and I'm getting $300 million, so I still have a profit. So we should be able to generate credible evidence and be consistent in our advocacy. The work we are doing here around reparation it's going to be a long journey. But when we are consistent and able to generate the evidence and ensure that our legal systems are strong, our regulatory system are strong, and we bring the citizens on board on all of these ones. So for us, all of the work we do, we try to give it a human face. How does it affect women and children? How does it affect our education system? So with all of this, lastly, especially on issues that cross across continents, we have to work together as a coalition, build a stronger voice. If we are not together as African to address African problem, and of course, even when we are together, they will always try to separate us. So therefore, let's work together in unity and be consistent in what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bakar. And I think I support greatly in that, that it's a call for solidarity, it's a call for resilience, it's a call for courage for all of us as Africans to be where it matters and to take the conversations where they're supposed to be. And I want to go over to John, Zimbabwe Coalition on Debt. ZimCOD, for short, the work you guys have been doing have in some way remind us of the struggles around debt and fiscal justice. So it's not only a national challenge, but also part of a wider global call for fairness and accountability in the economic system. So with that, I want you to tell us how Zimbabwe's struggles with debt and fiscal justice shaped your vision as ZimCOD for an alternative global economic governance.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Well, maybe a bit outline on the struggles of Zimbabwe with its public debt. One or two issues to outline that make our case unique, probably. We are one of the countries that has spent more than 2 decades locked out of concessional loans. Literally, we are not able to access concessional financing from international financial institutions for the last 2 decades, over 2 decades. This was triggered by default in repayments of debt from early 2000 after sanctions were imposed on the country. Following a violent and a controversial land reform program that led to the West reacting by imposing sanctions on us. And the alternative during that period has been resorting to expensive external financing from private lenders, bilateral lenders that are very extractive and exploitative in nature, high interest rates, punctuating those loans, arrears, penalties, and resource mortgaging. This has been the feature and characteristic of the non-concessional loans that Zimbabwe has been accessing over the last 2 decades. So it's been part of our struggle. Part of our struggle was also to deal with a big package of an odious debt. The first part of that package is inherited, colonial public debt. Then the post-independence odious and illegitimate debt contracted by the administration in Harare for reasons that are not very constitutional, that are not of national interest, and also the benefits of such have not served and were not serving the citizens of Zimbabwe. So in that regard, we consider that component of our public debt to be quite odious. Most of it has benefited politically exposed persons that are connected to the political elites. And I want to highlight that as well, that in our case, it's not just external debt, which is problematic, but we even have a bigger problem with our domestic debt, where the instrument of debt assumption has been used to transfer a financial burden to the citizens from few individuals that borrow from banks, and then the debts are cancelled for them and transferred to the national fiscus. So that's been part of our struggle of the debt. The struggle has also included, yes, isolation from the international community, making it difficult to trade, making it difficult to access loans, like I've already highlighted. And we have not been spared or been immune to the challenges brought about by global financial architecture, the shifting geopolitics. These have all affected us. And of course, the Look East policy, we presented ourselves so vulnerable to the Eastern Bloc, which did not waste the opportunity. And as it stands, I think China is our biggest new lender, both in financial terms and non-financial terms. Now, the lessons that we have learned along the way as we struggled with the debt situation in Zimbabwe is that, firstly, public debt is not just an economic issue. It's a very political one. It's a very political one, and it has been used as a political instrument, both internally and externally. It has influenced our external relations, and it has also been used politically, internally, to mobilize and consolidate political power. Like I said, at one point, we have an episode where our central bank dished out loan packages in US dollar denominations in terms of farm implements to individuals of influence within the system. And a few years down the line, those debts were literally cancelled and all that absorbed by the national fiscus. So it's a sad story of our history in terms of debt justice in Zimbabwe. What then? How that shaped our vision for debt justice in Zimbabwe and in the region is the lesson that it's important for civic actors to bring public debt management to prominence in issues of governance, and not isolate this as a mere macroeconomic issue. Like I highlighted, debt is a very political phenomenon. It's a governance issue. The other lesson that shaped our vision as well is that there is a very strong interconnectedness between public debt and corruption. In fact, debt can be used to finance corrupt activities without the public being aware of that. And just maybe to make a slight correction about my brother making reference to the tuna bonds. Things have happened in our story, but the tuna bonds were not part of that. That's a Mozambique scenario. They are our neighbors, but we did not have the tuna bonds scandal in Zimbabwe. But we had our own, scandals that are different. I cannot mention them all because of our time here. But I wanted to make reference to the interconnectedness of corruption and debt, which has manifested itself in different ways and format at different scenarios, including influencing elections and election results. That has also happened. And the other key and important lesson that has shaped our vision is that it's important for citizens to reclaim public finances for the people. And at Simcode, we believe that public finance is not just about numbers, like highlighted. It is about power, it is about dignity, it is about justice. Our lived experiences of debt distress, fiscal repression, and extractive global rules has taught us that poverty is political and inequality is actually engineered, it's man-made. I subscribe to assertions made yesterday that poverty undermines sovereignty, but I'll add that poverty also undermines people's dignity, both at household level and at a national level. So the last maybe submission is also to say that we have resolved to put a human face to the debt crisis in Zimbabwe, to say we cannot talk about public debt without putting a human face to it. Doing so makes it an abstract issue, but when we talk about public debt, we want to show the opportunity costs of debt servicing. We want to show what it means in terms of service delivery, costs in terms of missed out opportunities, in terms of education, access to health, and better standards of living in a civilized world. I want to stop there before you take the mic from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. A lot to learn from there, from the Zimbabwe perspective. As Africa, government and civil society are increasingly articulating the vision for fairer and more effective global financial architecture rooted in reparative justice. We've had all this while since yesterday we were in the room, a lot of talks around reparation and reparative justice. And I want to pose this question to Jennifer. How is the Global North engaging in these proposals? And where do you see hope for global solidarity? And where do you see continued challenges in making African voices heard with the UK government, for instance?
Thank you, Victoria. It's an immense privilege to be on the panel with my Christian Aid team and esteemed Christian Aid partners at this conference. And it's even more of a privilege to be an African voice as an African Ghanaian heritage, an African voice in the UK advocating for debt justice and reparations. Christian Aid is an official development agency of 41 British and Irish sponsoring churches, including the Church of England. And I say that, and it'll become clear why I'm saying that. But hold that fact in your mind. And to Victoria's question, I think it's helpful for me to shed light and insight on how advocacy and campaigning on debt justice and reparations is going in the UK as the kind of hub of the global North. And I think it's an important perspective because, as we know, Britain, for example, was a key architect of colonization and slavery, which were at the heart of the British Empire and central to the British Industrial Revolution and Britain's development strategy. But of course, Western history would have us believe that Britain's development and its industrialization trajectory was neutral, when in fact we know it was delivered off the back of African slaves and colonial occupation. So when it comes to connecting the dots, we must remember that any progress on our demands to reform the global financial architecture, to deliver debt cancellation, to reverse the resource flows back to Africa, will also be won alongside working with, campaigning with civil society groups, churches, citizens, and the African diaspora in the global north. And I will talk specifically about the UK and London. So that means engaging with British civil society, with churches, to make the case and to demand that the UK government, the British establishment, does owe reparations, financial, cultural, political, spiritual, economic, historical, to Africa. It does owe those reparations. And reminding the British government and the British establishment that the very wealth enjoyed by British people and Britain was built on the resources and extraction and exploitation of Africa and African people. So in terms of our campaign, what we're doing and how it's going, this is why Christian Aid and its partners in the UK have prioritised campaigning and demanding debt legislation in particular. So that is debt laws that can be enacted by the British government. And we're prioritising this because, as Dr. Lillian said yesterday, and she said this with crystal clear clarity, it's not an accident that 90% of debt contracts to the global south are governed by English law. So that's 90%. So another fact to hold in your head. So in other words, private creditors can demand immediate debt repayment using courts in London. So that means London, the City of London, courts in London are complicit in the neo-colonial tool of debt injustice. So our campaign is calling for the UK to introduce laws to compel those same creditors to engage and deliver debt relief and debt cancellation, because many of them are refusing to engage in debt cancellation, and there's absolutely nothing political legislation to stop them from doing so. And we also heard yesterday from Donald Dyer the power of law and legislation as a tool to reclaim reparations. So this is why campaigning on debt legislation has been a central plank of work for me and my team. And we've been doing this under what we call the Restore campaign. So that's Christian Aid using its prophetic voice to demand reparative economic justice. And we focus on this, we focus on legislation, we focus on debt justice because of the history of the Jubilee Debt Campaign, which has been talked about in this conference already. And I think it's important to note that whilst it succeeded in cancelling billions of debt 25 years ago, it actually failed to dismantle the very global financial architecture that keeps the African continent and other global south countries in perpetual debt crisis. So cancelling debt doesn't stop there. We need to call for the system to be dismantled. We need to call for the system to be completely rebuilt, because as we know and as we've heard, the system is rigged against Africa. And I think the call for a global, a UN debt mechanism is a first step to achieving that. So how is this all going? So I've set the context. Now let me give a little bit of hope on how it's going. Many British churches, so including the Church of England, which is still effectively the church of the British state, has acknowledged the role of Britain and the church in slavery and colonisation. Many churches have apologised, some have offered financial reparations of sorts, But this didn't happen by accident. It happened as a result of decades of campaigning and advocacy by reparations movements in the UK and civil society movements in the UK. And this is really important because the recognition that the wealth of the church and the wealth of the British state comes from the crimes of slavery and colonization has really helped to take the taboo out of reparations in the public discourse in the UK. 10 years ago, talking about reparations, talking about climate reparations, debt reparations, was just a no-go area in the UK. So the fact that the Church of England and other British church established organisations have recognised that reparations is not a myth, that reparations is a legitimate demand, has helped with the public campaigning and advocacy in the UK. So that is some hope. I think something else to encourage us is that the development sector, so the big NGOs, many represented here today, Christian Aid, Oxfam, Action Aid, I can see their logos behind us, are unifying around climate reparations, debt reparations, and are unifying around demanding that the UK recognises its historical role in underdeveloping the continent of Africa. But friends, we do have a long way to go, so that's the end of my hope chapter. In terms of the challenges that we face, again, to complete my answer to Victoria's question, we do have a long way to go. A lot of what has been achieved in this space is now at risk because of the backdrop of the rise in authoritarianism in the global north, the rise of anti-immigration rhetoric, the rise of the far right in the UK, crowding out the progress that we've made on campaigning on reparations and debt justice. And with the UK government in particular, despite their rhetoric of resetting relationships with the global south and with Africa in particular, they are not moving with the clarity and urgency that we need to see our demands of reparative justice realised. So Victoria, with that, if I can conclude, I think in terms of what we need, and this is the kind of provocation to us as African civil society, but also our African leaders, we do need our African leaders when they come to the global north capitals like London to speak with clarity and urgency about reparations, and we need them to be clear that reparations is a clear plank of their foreign policy. We need them to talk to our ministers, global north politicians and government officials and be clear that debt justice, debt cancellation and reparations is a clear demand. And I think the extension of the reparations agenda from the AU is a really important step to helping realise that. We also need civil society in the UK and across the continent to continue to be bold. Reparations is an entitlement, it's not charity, and we need to ensure that that clarity and that boldness informs our campaigning and our advocacy. And we need the continued unity and connecting the dots between the climate agenda, the debt agenda, the tax agenda. And that's why we can be proud at Christian Aid and other big NGOs represented here that we are taking that forward, connecting the dots across the different reparative justice agendas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I smiled when you gave that hope that the British government finally accepting the reason for reparations and justice. It shows we are heading there. It's a long walk, but a step is a hope that we'll get to there someday. It will be the tortoise walk, but definitely we will reach. And I really want to open up the session to the audience because of the exigency of time. I'll want you to make comments or ask questions when necessary, and my panelists are up to the task to respond to any questions in the room. So I will have somebody with a mic to go around. And it's a feminist discussion, so allow me. I am not going to be biased. I know you because I know we have the he for she's here. We have men that are feminist in thinking and in action. So I am not going to choose all in women, but I want to make it fair. So if we are having 2 women, and as well we'll have 2 men. So I'll take one at the extreme back, and you, and yes, the madam there, and Josephine. Yes, Clara, sorry, Clara. So I'll have a beautiful lady in the green, and a beautiful African lady here in the middle, and a gentleman, the he for she, I suppose, and another at the back. So can you please pass the mic and start? Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. I will speak in Portuguese because I'm confident in Portuguese.
Let's make use of our headphones, please. And it's unfortunate the panelists do not have headphones. Can we get some, please? Okay, so in that case, maybe we'll go to a speaking English person and then we'll come back to you later once the headphones are available for the panelists.
So I'll be in his advantage.
Not entirely. You're just being delayed. And I'm sorry about that. Okay.
Eu penso que posso falar, né? Penso que posso falar. Ok.
Sure.
Ok. A minha pergunta é diretamente ao colega que vem do Conselho Cristão de Zimbábue. Estou satisfeito pelo que diz que o Conselho Cristão de Zimbábue está a trabalhar, está envolvido, o tipo de envolvimento. Estou muito satisfeito, obrigado. Porém, tenho uma pergunta que não quero calar, porque tal como os conselhos cristãos de África se envolveram para a luta de libertação, hoje parece que estão envolvidos também na disseminação, na continuidade, assimetrias entre os próprios e os ricos. Nós temos casos evidentes de lideranças que, quando as independências chegaram, sob os auspícios das teorias do marxismo, leninismo, comunismo, etc., até abandonaram e apregoaram a doutrina de afastamento da igreja a assuntos políticos. Mas hoje voltaram, estão até a empurrar os líderes, estão lá, assumem, entretanto continuam ligados ao poder e continuam a perpetuar estas assimetrias e negócios não próprios. Não será porque as igrejas estão a envolver-se em assuntos que, em princípio, não têm a sua natureza, não deviam estar lá? Porque eu sei que um religioso é um indivíduo que lê a sociedade criticamente, faz sugestões e não se mete na política para benefício. Mas os políticos de hoje são os mesmos religiosos. E penso que no Conselho Cristão Zimbabueano pode estar a acontecer a mesma coisa, e se calhar não avançam muito por causa disso. Não seria melhor encontrar uma solução em afastar a igreja da política para ela trabalhar na sua natureza genuína? Muito obrigado.
Admire, please take note. I think that question was for you. And can we have the next speaker?
Yeah. So myself, Professor Minaketan Behera from India. So I think my question is to the gentleman admire. So you are excellent that you are doing an excellent job with respect to your explorative study that you are talking about with respect to the crisis of climate crisis, agricultural crisis. So I just want to know two dimension clarification. One is on what is the economic justice that you are doing with respect to gender, and then the second dimension with respect to the term that you are talking about in the contemporary times that we are talking about digitalizations. So this is play a significant role in that context. So what the particularly your church in this Zimbabwe context that doing with respect to digital divide? Then, sir, for you, the second question, you are 100% right that we need to create these local revenue generations. That is very important dimensions. And then the second term that you talk about, that you suggested that we need to, just a minute, to create the that credible data evidence for policy formulations of this. But yes, you are right, that is very essential. But if you go for, we have very, very limited research expenditures. So if you go for education, health, many dimensions are there. So what the alternative that you want to suggest so that we can create a credible evidence that will address the concern that we are talking about? Thank you for this opportunity.
First, I just want to say thank you for an incredible discussion, and thank you for laying the blueprint. It really was homework. My name is Kim Poole. I'm with the Teaching Artists Institute, and this past African Liberation Weekend, our organization led a global delegation that held a symposium at the Vatican, at the Pontifical Urbana Church, the Pontifical Urbana University. I'm thinking in Italian and English at the same time. And at this symposium, we spoke with seminarians that really helped us lead the conversation. When we think about the role of the church in our oppression, for us as an organization, we think to 1452, and we see the Roman Catholic Church as the progenitor of the oppression, and they should be helping to lead the conversation around reparatory justice, even if only low-hanging fruit, like helping us to advocate, as you mentioned that the Church of England is doing. And so my question to you is twofold. The first is, what is your institution's interest in helping us to lead interfaith conversations that approach the Roman Catholic Church as the progenitor? Because we've seen many institutions step up. The evangelicals are doing work, even in small ways, the Church of England, but we're hearing nothing from the Roman Catholic Church, and we really see them as the first, and they should be a part of it, especially this year. The second question is, when I went for the Vatican Symposium, working with the seminarians, I came with my guns blazing. I was ready to say, this is how much you owe us. This is the moral and legal grounds for why you owe us. But then I realized the church is us. The seminarians were from the global south. They were all ordained as priests June 27th of this year. They've gone to Nigeria and Congo and Togo. And so it made me put on a velvet glove. And I realized that we need to really embrace cultural reparations. The pedagogy of how we do this work has to also be a part of that change. Not just the outcome of what we want, but how we get there matters. And so are we decolonizing our approaches? Is that the reparation we owe ourselves? And what say you about this? And my question is specifically to our Christian Aid representative, but I'm open to hear reflections from any panelist that wants to weigh in.
Three more. And so, finally.
I see you jubilated, so we'll take a question from you.
Ok, je peux réagir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to thank the panelists for really unpacking the role of the church first and foremost. We know that this year is the year of Jubilee, as proclaimed by Pope Francis before his demise. And it also coincides with the AU call for reparations and so on. And this is really what we are here about. So how do we take advantage of these great moments that have presented themselves? We know, for instance, that South Africa is hosting the G20 this year, at which the AU is part of the G20. How do we take advantage of that moment? What can we as the church do? I know the interfaith have been meeting and have been part and parcel of the G20. Then I wanted to talk about something that came up yesterday, that we are not able to quantify the damage for which we require reparations. What are we doing in our countries? For instance, in Zimbabwe, you have legacy projects like the Kariba Dam, where we know that when it was being built, a lot of people died and a lot of people were replaced. How do we go back in history and fix that? How do we quantify the reparations that we require for such? What are the organizations, or what are the movements, what are the people, what are the Tonga people that were replaced doing, and what kind of support would they need from the church? Yeah, and I think there's a big problem now with this tsunami Trump. There was a movement, people removing statues of prominent people, I think both in the UK and in the United States, who had profited from slavery and so forth. But now we have a new world order where there's a new honoring of these kind of people. How do we in Africa react? What can we do to make this, yeah.
Okay. To you, please let me allow my lady to come in.
Ok, donc je vous remercie. Permettez-moi de m'exprimer en français. Et je voudrais saisir cette opportunité et remercier les panélistes pour leur exposé et surtout le partage d'expériences qu'ils ont eu à partager et dans la mise en œuvre des activités et en lien avec cette thématique dans plusieurs pays. Et je voudrais saisir et cette opportunité aussi et faire une petite analyse et exposer le cas de mon pays qu'est le Burkina Faso. Et à cet effet, cette nouvelle architecture financière mondiale est une opportunité pour nous et pour la promotion d'une macroéconomie équitable du point de vue du genre. Je voudrais à cet effet présenter la structure que je représente, qui est l'Alliance technique d'assistance au développement ATAD, qui est une organisation de la société civile qui, avec d'autres acteurs au niveau local au Burkina, conduisons un plaidoyer en faveur de la budgétisation sensible au genre depuis un certain temps dans notre pays. Et à cet effet, nous pouvons nous interroger quelle est l'implication de l'avènement de la nouvelle architecture financière mondiale qui vise à corriger les déséquilibres historiques du système économique international et qui peut avoir à cet effet un impact sur l'amélioration de la budgétisation sensible au niveau local. Et d'abord, ce qu'il y a comme une évidence, c'est que le contexte international influence tout contexte national. Et à cet effet, une réforme de l'architecture financière mondiale vise surtout à rendre le système financier international plus équitable et à cet effet et adapté aux réalités contemporaines et dans un esprit de justice réparatrice. Et c'est alors aussi une opportunité pour nous de pouvoir coordonner à cet effet et maximiser les bénéfices que nous pouvions et récolter pour les femmes, les enfants et surtout les couches vulnérables. Et pour notre pays, qui est un pays sahélien et qui est confronté à plusieurs défis multidimensionnels que je peux citer, surtout la pauvreté, les problèmes climatiques et surtout et sécuritaire et la recherche de financement pour nous demeure des défis pour nous et surtout pour l'État burkinabé qui doit pouvoir répondre aux urgences humanitaires et soutenir la résilience économique et promouvoir l'égalité du genre et surtout des droits humains. Et à cet effet, des défis, nous pouvons retenir la capacité de négociation limitée et dans les instances au niveau international et aussi le contexte sécuritaire aussi qui sévit dans notre pays. Et enfin, pour le Burkina Faso, et le contexte d'endettement, malgré le fait qu'il soit jugé et modéré par la Banque mondiale, la tendance haussière de cet endettement appelle à une prudence. Et au niveau des recommandations que nous avions eu à formuler également, elles se situent à 3 niveaux. D'abord, pour les acteurs de la société civile que nous sommes, et suivre et évaluer l'impact du financement et octroyé au profit des populations vulnérables et promouvoir une approche inclusive des politiques économiques et enfin participer activement aux dialogues nationaux et internationaux sur la réforme financière et pour les acteurs au niveau partenaires techniques et financiers qui accompagnent les efforts également. C'est d'adapter les mécanismes de financement aux réalités locales et, c'est fini. Et soutenir les initiatives communautaires et programmes sensibles au genre et enfin favoriser une approche de co-construction avec les acteurs nationaux. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so very much for that insight from the Burkina Faso side. And I'll just take one question and then I'll give chance to the panelists to respond to some of the questions.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tinashe Gumbo from All Africa Conference of Churches. I want to thank the presenters. My observation is that it looks like our people are now able to tell in terms of the need for reparative justice, considering what my brother Admire was saying. He listed quite a lot in terms of what people are expecting. But now my challenge that I'm throwing to this meeting is to say, I think there is now an urgent need for prioritization. We really need to prioritize our issues, otherwise we lose it. Because if we are not careful, we will target the wrong people at the wrong time. So this is my challenge to this particular session, but also to the broader conference, the need to prioritize and be able to target the right people in our advocacy on reparative justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll want to appeal to my panelists that we have just 2 minutes to make a response and probably our final cut on this whole discussion. Except maybe for Admire, who I know more questions are posed to him. Maybe you can take 5 minutes. But all others, I'm sorry, we just have 2 minutes. Yes, you can.
Thank you. I did not get anything specific directed to me, but just to weigh in on the issue of reparations, the role of the church, and also maybe our call to action as ZimCode. I do think that yes, the church has a significant role to play in as far as the reparations question is concerned. But I want to emphasize as well that there is need for great collaboration and partnerships with other different stakeholders, including the academia, think tanks, such that there is depth of documented evidence, which I think is very key in approaching the reparations issue. I want to assume that at some point this discourse may take a legal route. If dialogue is not going to work, I foresee that litigation is going to be an option. And if that route really happens, then we need documented evidence of the wrongs, of the past wrongs, of the loss, of the damage. That is great work that we must begin to do now. And even in our advocacy actions, I think there's a great need to begin to bring to prominence, showcase, preempt some of these loss and damages, quantitative, qualitative, and in whatever format, so that we really make that case for reparations. And I want to be again preemptive to submit that for us, debt cancellation is a form of reparation. Yeah, just cancelling out the debt is one form, but we need more than cancellation, more than debt cancellation. We are owed more than we owe. So, but it is one of the forms that we can actually be compensated. It opens up opportunities for us, for future generations. It gives us a level playing field to participate in the international market and so forth. Like I was saying, I'm coming from a country that's been isolated from concessional loans for over 2 decades because of the debt question. So I really feel that it is a starting point that we also need to consider. And then I think ideological clarity in our countries to speak one language with our government. I'm also coming from a country which has recently and proudly so, made moves to compensate former white farm owners. We are compensating, because we have taken the land and now we're paying back. But historically, who takes the land from who? We're actually making a very bad precedence, which I am sure. But all this is happening in the context of trying to be a good global citizen. I appreciate that the government, from where I'm coming from, is acting under pressure to be a good global citizen. But as citizens, I think we must rise up. And they are also saying that you as citizens, you have actually a bigger role to play and push this back. We don't have the money to pay 3.5 billion to pay former farm owners in Zimbabwe. We don't have that money. And we are losing out on other critical services to service that particular debt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Victoria. And thank you for all the comments. The first question was about the role of the church in trying not to mix the church and politics. But in our reflections and in our understanding is that all the issues that we say is politics, these are livelihood issues. When you talk about poverty, when you talk about inequality, when you talk about economic injustice, when you talk about tax and its effect to service delivery, it can be interpreted as politics. So our theology is that the church has a preferential option for the poor and the marginalized. And we are guided by the principles that we will never wait for a time when the church is perfect. We will know that there will always be the church that is associated or that will always applaud even those who are oppressing others. But there is need to be that church which remain the salt and the light of the society. And one of the churches to choose that position, and it has to lead, despite the fact that others may take different positions. So that is our theology and our guiding principles as a council. When it comes to matters that affect people, these are not matters of politics, but these are matters of human dignity. And the church is there to promote human dignity. The question of economic justice and gender, as churches in Zimbabwe, we engage with multi-stakeholders, including women movements. In fact, in 2016, churches in Zimbabwe initiated what we call the Gender and Faith Network. It was led by the work of the church in trying to promote gender justice and women empowerment. And we are still at the forefront. As we speak, as Zimbabwe Council of Churches collaborate significantly with our Ministry of Women Affairs to deal with issues of violence against women, including women in politics, but also we are working with our Zimbabwe Gender Commission towards coming up with a gender equality and a women empowerment bill to address the inequalities that relate to women. Then the issue of engaging with the Roman Catholic, like I said, from the Zimbabwean context, we have had an exploratory conference on issues to do with reparations, supported by Christian Aid and all our partners, ZimCode, and the Catholics were also part of that conversation. And we came up with one of the recommendations of coming up with an inclusive national commission on reparations, which can start to envision, including what Dr. Gumbo has just asked about, the issue of prioritizing. That national steering committee can work around what issues can we now prioritize, which stakeholders can we engage, including the non-state actors' engagement with the government, because also our government has started a process of trying to quantify these reparations. It has engaged with the universities to have lead researchers and some members of academia who can start to conceptualize these different forms of reparations. So there is also now that need of us as non-state actors to create a platform where we focus on evidencing, research, and prioritizing the issues that we are discussing. Interfaith network, I think it will be important to have an interfaith network, not only at national levels, but at regional and continental level that continues to deliberate on these issues, including leveraging the G20 that South Africa will be hosting, and to promote the conversation, faith-based conversations around reparations, debt and justice within the G20 framework. Thank you.
Maya, please let's keep to 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I will address two questions quickly. The issue around alternative to get a very good, credible data. I will look at it both at the national and the global level. And from my experience in Sierra Leone, people hide data because they have something to hide. So in Sierra Leone, what we did, first of all, we did a mapping to try to identify the allies within government. And that had helped and worked a lot. But apart from that, we also push for a law for access to information. So therefore, it is good for African countries to also push to have access to information law that is workable, that is implemented. At the global level, especially in terms of fighting illicit financial flow, it requires automatic exchange of information. Because the issue around transfer pricing, misinvoicing, they require information to generate the evidence, to challenge those structural issues. So therefore, we have, as an African, we have to build our own automatic exchange of information. Gambia is already building one through the support of World Bank. I will hope that can be replicated to other African countries. I just also want to talk a little bit around the issue of economic justice and gender. We cannot talk about economic justice without pushing the aspect of women economic empowerment. In Sierra Leone, for example, with the support of the Irish Embassy in Freetown, we have pushed for the government budget to be gender responsive. And we now say the government is piloting 5 MDAs. At the local level, we have pushed the same, where we now, gender budgeting have moved from 2.9% to almost 50%. But one way, and that's one way for sustainable economic empowerment. But another one is using the national budget, using procurement as a tool. In the case of Sierra Leone, almost 50% of our national budget goes towards procurement. Which means, if there is a legal way to get women participate in that process, it will help a lot. And we did 3 sets of studies. Number one, we look at what are the legal barriers affecting women to participate in procurement process. Number 2, we look at their capacity. Procurement is about rules. They have their rules and law. We identify all of the flaws in terms of their capacity, in terms of putting their documentation. But number 3, we also look at the practices. Currently, how many women are participating in procurement processes? Of course, the results are clear. In terms of practices, less women are participating in procurement processes, and they are not getting that much contract. So, one of the things we are going to push for a law, I don't know, we can say sunset law, or like a target, like 30% of our public procurement should go towards women that deserve it. In fact, in Sierra Leone, in the 2015 budget, we have that one in our law that says 30% of procurement to go towards women. But by then, we do not understand 30% of what type of procurement. So we did our analysis and now know the type of procurement that women can go to, can apply for and get a winnable one. So that's what we are going to push for. And overall, when women are not economic empowered, we all suffered. It deterred them from participating in politics and doing a whole lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abubakar Kamara. And over to you, Her Majesty.
Yeah, Victoria, I'll just use my 2 minutes maybe to complement the responses given by Admire on the interfaith question and on the G20 and the role of Africa in shaping a new economic world order. Thank you for the question on interfaith approaches and the Catholic Church, and thank you for the work that you've done with the symposium attending the Vatican, because I think it's approaches and engagement like that that will help awaken the Catholic Church to the reparations work that we're doing. Of course, the Catholic Church is a unique, complex, and interesting kind of faith institution, but it's a rich institution, and I very much welcome the role of the Catholic Church under the leadership of Pope Francis in leading the kind of Jubilee debt justice work this year in particular, before he passed. And some people may have read, if not, I would encourage you to do so, the Pope Francis Commission on Debt Justice and the report that was published earlier this year. Whilst it doesn't explicitly reference reparations, it's kind of there, the kind of spirit of reparations and the recognition of the colonial history behind the debt crisis and behind structural debt inequalities, definitely in the report. So I think using openings like that provided by the Catholic Church and the late Pope will kind of help us progress the journey of reparations within the Catholic Church. Christian Aid in the UK works with CAFOD, which is the Catholic Development Agency, and whilst it's not as advanced in its journey on advocating and campaigning on reparations, we see our role as kind of working alongside them in an interfaith way, through an interfaith spirit, to kind of bring them on that journey. And then to the question on the role, the G20 and the kind of the role of the church, we absolutely have to see the role of the church, the role of interfaith initiatives in shaping the agenda of the G20. And I see a critical role for the All Africa Council of Churches, for example, and any influence that they have over South Africa as the G20 president. I also think spaces like this that we are in with this conference is also contributing to creating a new world economic order. We shouldn't see what's happening with, Trump and the rise of authoritarianism as something that needs to happen to us. We have agency. We have the ability, even in these discussions, to talk about, and as we have been talking about, what we see a new world economic order that works for us, that is not rigged against us and our continent. We have the agency and the autonomy to start to put those conversations into practice, and also demand of our governments, African governments, to not bend to the will of Trump, to not bend to the will of the authoritarianism, the rise of authoritarianism in the West. And so civil society should be demanding that of African governments. I sometimes laugh to myself that actually, if Trump and the US just ignores Africa, we might be better off. So it's how do you answer a question about Donald Trump? But I think we, as a continent, we need to see this as an opportunity to look inwards as well and develop African solutions to African challenges, and that includes developing a new world economic order that puts us at the centre in our interests as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I want to end on the note that we all have the responsibility to go back to our countries, ensure we engage our leaders, because they need to grow some interest in these discussions we are having. At the end of the day, if we are to come into these spaces, we make all the plans, or we do all the talks, and when we go back, they are not in support. It will be like throwing water on the back of a duck, and we don't want that. So we'll really need to engage some of these government officials to really build interest in ensuring that we push this agenda forward to become a reality. So we are also charged with the responsibility that we need to think Africa. We need to think solidarity. We need to think that we are one. Let us begin to rethink some of the happenings or decisions at a different country level. Why do we need passport? Why do we need e-visa to go to an African country when I'm an African? And if it's, I want to draw an example in Mozambique last year. I went there and it was so frustrating for me to learn that we coming from West Africa are paying more for visa than those coming from the global West. That was surprising for me. And I was asking, why is that so? And along the way, it might not be true, but I heard that there's a long history with West Africa and that it's not good for the North and for Zimbabwe and Mozambique. And so that was the problem. But I would not say it is fact because it's just an hearsay. But then I just want to continue to urge us all to see it a task for every one of us to push this fight forward. And with resilience, and with courage, and with faith, we are sure of making it a reality. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
a lot of time, so I'll just invite our panelists so that we can start. I think Martha is in the room. Please, if you can take up your seat. I don't know whether, okay, I see Shem is also in the room. Please, if you can take up your seat. And then, I don't know whether Viron is also here. Oh, please, if you can, just take up your seat. And then Anthony. I don't know whether Anthony is in the room. Please, if you can, take up your seat and we get to start. Yes, so since we have our keynote speaker here, I think we are just going to dive into it. This is please, you're very much welcome if you can sit at the front, since we are very few, and the room is very big. So if you can, please just move up to the front, and then we should be able to start in a few minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise you I'm not late. I was going to collect everybody who was going to come into this room. It's absolutely wonderful to spend the afternoon with you all as we keep centering this conversation to different transformational groups that exist in this conversation. So my name is Lurit Yugusuk. I'll be the moderator for this particular session this afternoon. And by a quick show of hands in the room, how many people fit within the parliamentary groups that exist within Africa and beyond? Parliaments? Okay. How many people are interested in governance within this room? And the last interesting question is, how many people fit within the youth category? It's okay to be youthful, by the way. It's allowed. It's 100% allowed because that's what we need in the room. Youthful? Yeah, youthful. Youthful sounds great. Now, over the last couple of days, I'm talking about today and yesterday, we've been having a lot of conversation about debt justice, reparative justice, and thinking about how we all need to collaborate extensively in this conversation, in this dialogue, and in the kind of advocacy we seek to pursue. Beyond that, we've been thinking about different elements that are coming up, all the way from narrative building around reparations. We're thinking a lot about which kind of stakeholders should be part of this conversation. And we've also been thinking a lot about the context of what's been happening. And we can see that Africa is at a crossroads, considering the dynamic that we're facing, all the way from a debt crisis, tax justice issues, climate crisis issues. And interesting enough is that the Youth for Tax Justice Network has been amplifying young people in dialogues around economic justice. And this work has been seen extensively in dialogue around the financing for development, of which the conference took place June, July. We can see the UN Tax Convention negotiation process as well that has been inviting different stakeholders, and YTJN has been at the center of this particular dialogues and saying that young people have to also participate in this process. Even as we think about the climate change discourse in terms of COP30 and several other elements,